Alright, we are live. Pretty sure. Guess what's not live though? Chat box. No, chat box is not live. I didn't do that. I gotta do buttermilk chicken. I think that's what I gotta do. Yeah. You connected both? We're connected both. Okay, that can go away. Not energy anymore forever. Goodbye. Alright, so we are going to be doing our figure drawings. We're gonna do 45 minutes today, just because that is what it is. I unfortunately already did 15. Alright, well, we're doing like this. So we're gonna start. We have 30 seconds to get the pose in of the main figure. I'm already taking way too long on this stuff. That's alright. Getting back into the groove of things. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. We're almost done with this one. That's okay. That one's really tall. It's really tall. How we do this? 4 rows, I think. I like doing the hair because the hair shape is really easy to do. You just have to worry about shape design. I don't have to worry about form or anything else. Hey Kit, how's it going? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you today yet, so I hope you're feeling better. I know you said you were starting to feel a little bit sick. We're doing figure drawings, and of course, in the Discord, we are streaming the figures, as well as if you want to follow along. Like always. It was never gone. Alright. Spent too much. I made this one too big. I didn't properly balance out. It's fine. It's fine. What in the world is that shape? I have no idea. There's like a weird shape in the back. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Because it would unfortunately make things too difficult. We have some flowers here. The barest essence of a flower is what we need. Need depression medications. Sorry about that. I'm feeling good. No, I'm sorry to hear that. If it's working for you, if the new medicine's working for you, I'm glad to hear it. If not, then I'm sure you'll find something else that works. I know that like just because someone is on medication or whatever, or comes out and announces it, they don't need like affirmation or confirmation or anything. But just so you know, it's okay if you have to take that kind of stuff. There's no problems at all. I just hope that you're feeling as best as you can with whatever help you need. spent far too much time on this. I think I made her abdominals a bit too long. Well, maybe I just need to make it a little bit thicker. Cool. Yeah, of course. Always happy. Well, not always happy, but depression is one of those things that it's very broad in cases of what it encompasses and how you feel about it. So you've been doing really good with your works and your stuff. So I hope that's giving you some sort of motivation. Yeah. Here for people helps. Nice. Well, I'm glad it helps. We are doing figures. Figures as always. We never stopped doing figures. We always did figures. Oof, what am I doing here? All right, skip that section, go on to the next section. We're just going for the general vibe of it. A little rusty, but that's okay. Frogman. Let's get our... This guy's on the ceiling. Cool. Yeah, there we go. You won't be on the stream if you talk or speak or anything. That's all separate thing. Running out of time. That's all right. It is what it is. This guy's got some wonky elbows. Ah, that goes there. head is pretty obscured by the rest of his like torso and everything. I gotta fit 5 more in here somehow. How do I used to do these? Hey, it's Pirate Guy. We love Pirate Guy. I think we love Pirate Guy. Timer is brutal. I can barely type. No, yeah, you should not be typing in chat if you're trying to do 60 seconds. Unless you're very confident with your lines. I can barely talk and look at chat as I'm doing these. I've made this guy's head far too big, and I'm going to suffer for it. Probably just do a torso for this one then. That's okay. I'm gonna grab the gun if that's the case. And the little shirt thing. Okay, last one on this row. This guy's got fantastic anatomy, by the way. If you're following along and you're watching this one, this guy has got great anatomy. I love his muscles, the way they are very prominent, even though he's got a very thin body. It's just got a really good display of everything. Collarbones. Am I going to be able to show everything? Probably, sort of. Yeah, close enough. Alright, we gotta put 3 more in here. I was never a huge fan of this model a little bit. Pose is a little step so. Hey, how's it going, Ophelia? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right now we are doing figure drawings. If you are interested in improving your art, figure drawing is one of the best things you can do. Right now, I can't show the feed on stream just because of the nudity that sometimes shows up when I'm doing these. And I think that nudity is very important for a lot of figure drawing because a lot of the anatomy comes from understanding where the muscles go, regardless of clothes. In the Discord, however, though, we do have the stream going that you can follow along with if you want to draw along with us as well. Or if you don't mind as much that you don't see the figures, that's fine. Eating your dinner at 1:30. Why is it 1:30 a.m. for you right now? Why are you watching me if it's 1:30 a.m.? I appreciate it, but why? That worked, but now I'm chilling and eating dinner. That's nice. Hey, how's it going, HG Gamer Girl on YouTube? Hope you're doing well. We're doing some figure drawings. In the Discord, we have the stream running for all the poses if you want to follow along, but because of nudity reasons, we can't show them on Twitch or YouTube. So it is what it is. think this guy's like should be a little bigger. Well, whatever. Last one for this page, and moving on to the next one. You gonna go for 10? Yeah. 10 is pretty good. What is 10 what? 10 on the page or like that's too much for shoulder. Bicep, forearm coming down. Cool, we can come back here and fix these hands up. This one kind of ended up being off screen. Alright, new page. This guy is crazy and new. What the hell? This is awesome. I don't want to make the head too big. Then I won't be able to fit it. So I was watching Ryan Benjamin, I think is his name. He's a fantastic comic book artist, and he's doing a collaboration with Proko through Marvel, I think. And so they're doing a whole bunch of like how to get into drawing comics for kids. Not for kids, I guess for anybody who's interested in learning it, but primarily Proko teaches children, right? And so it's really cool that they're trying to get people involved in the industry as well as like get some ideas of where this stuff is going in. Because I think a lot of people are always super like, oh, the industry is always geek capped and everything, and that's not really it. I think really what happens is that everyone is just kind of doing their own thing, and so what people consider like you're gatekeeping others is kind of just like, listen, we're busy, man. We can't do this shit. What? And so it's really nice that they have this outreach. Ah, I missed the really cool big flips. Oh well. This lady always has fantastic hair, and I love the forms that it makes because it's very flowy. It's traditionally flowy while having that purple color streak in there. It's fun. Followed your advice sketching with a pen. It's been rather interesting. Yeah! So Kit had a very interesting realization yesterday where I was talking about the benefits of pen stuff, and they mentioned something that's like, I'm messing up a lot, and I still feel bad about all the messes up. But at the very least, when I succeed, I feel better about the successes because I have all the other failures right next to it. So it's one of those like, not gaslighting, but when you see a whole bunch of failures and then one success, you're really appreciative of that one success. Which I think is a really good way to look at it. Because otherwise, if you just draw like once a week and you have the same rate, by the way, you're going to have the same rate of success to failure, no matter what you do as you're learning. If you just draw once a week, you're going to remember the failures for way longer. But if every session you're drawing 200 things and you're drawing with pen, the one thing that looks good, you're going to remember that thing. And you're going to be like, wow, that was really nice. This lady's arm is fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. I do her arm a little bit thin here. She's got insane hair, insane shoulders, insane pose, everything. It's really cool. Ah, I wanted to get her butt in. Her butt was really cool too. Focus too much on the hair. That's alright. This guy's pose is also really cool. He's a really consistent figure, I guess. I don't know how to say that. He's consistently in like poses that are really good for like knowing anatomy and like these very believable poses. Very, what's it called? Jeez. I'm trying to think of the art term for it. It was like, not less art term, more art history for it. Because it's very classical Baroque period art poses. I think it's really helpful in understanding how the body moves and how it's, you know, contrasting to the person with a lot of like muscle definition. This guy doesn't have as much. I'd say he still has some muscle definition, nothing as much. Go for 10 more? Yeah, go for 10 more. Yeah. We get the aquarium object in my head. I want to refine it. Yeah, aquarium's good too. Contrapposto. Contrapposto, not necessarily. All these poses have pretty good contrapposto, and I've messed up immediately because I have ignored this one to look at chat. But this guy's got a panda head, and I always love this guy with his panda head. I might just do like bicep stuff. Do some big shapes for the flag here. He wears his pants really high-waisted. Dopamine addiction is in. Exactly. Once you start like seeing the successes and the failures, you're like, all right, this is where the Stockholm syndrome comes in. Now I'm locked in. Not for that hat though. That hat was not locked in. What the hell? I'm focusing too much on the armor instead of the pose. I'm not even gonna get to the gun. I'm almost out of time. We got some space in here to play around with. More time than I thought. Hey, how's it going, Turtle? Welcome. As always, we are showing the figures in Discord if you wish to follow along. Highly recommended. Nothing will make you better at drawing than failing at a million different figure studies. It's also really good for finding out where all of the major positionings are, so you can take those shortcuts that everyone always talks about. Like, oh, you just draw a box for the torso, and then you start drawing the rest of the torso. And it's like, yeah, but how do I know the proportions? And then they always give you the Tom shrug from Tom and Jerry. Like, just kind of do it. And this is how you just kind of do it. You literally just come in here and fail the proportions a million times until you get a vibe for it. It's all a feeling. Just like drawing boxes. You won't get good at drawing boxes until you kind of just know what box doesn't look right. Anthropomorphic gabbing. There are some clothed. Some of them are not. I would highly recommend nude models, but getting good at drawing whatever comes your way is also a very good skill to learn. Gives you a lot of flexibility. God damn, this lady. I will say I do end up cheating a lot when it comes to clothes, because they give me a chance to do shape design instead of worrying about the anatomy. So there's always something you gotta watch out for, right? So if you're trying to do anatomy, or you want to get really good at anatomy, you don't have to do clothes models, right? But I think the variety helps keep your brain fresh. Me personally. Because now I can take a break from thinking about all the anatomy. I can start drawing just shape designs that I see from her clothing. I still didn't get the full figure in, but I got some of them. Trolley Lady was insane. Yeah, what the hell, man? It is an Ivy ass fit. This one's actually coming out like this. Same with that one. This one's an interesting one also. So the ones that are head on tend to be a lot more difficult, just because you're not, you can't like trick the perspective a lot. With the other ones, you can kind of just be like, yeah, it's close enough. When it's head on, it's really easy because your brain notices differences really nice. So you kind of just got to do your best to try to find out where the differences to each side are and kind of just emphasize those a little bit more so that those stand out. But you can always just get really, really good and then don't have to worry about it. Just draw the same thing exactly twice. Bam, easy. But always try to find the motion. Don't just draw parallel or straight lines. Ooh, okay. I think tonight we're gonna go see Superman. And then maybe I'll make some buttermilk chicken for dinner. Trying to get definitely like better at finding the difference between the glutes and the thighs and stuff. So I'm having some difficulty with the hips as always. Right. So if you enjoy, especially as a Superman, yeah, I've heard from like reliable sources that it's basically everything that I've ever wanted from a Superman movie. They made him silly, and I think Superman is at his best when he's a little bit goofy. He's a little campy, right? My favorite lines from Superman in Justice League Unlimited is where we used to hide his presence in lead so that he wouldn't see what we got him, and he'd be like, "You mean what Santa got me, right?" And it's just like, I love that. I love a Superman that believes in Santa Claus wholeheartedly. Because I do. I also believe in Santa Claus. I think that's just like a funner way to look at the world. Martian Manhunter seems so precious. Exactly. Like when he's singing, he's like doing his Martian singing. I'm like, God damn. To make someone feel at home in a land where they're not from is something really hard to do. I'm glad that the people in charge, the show writers for that show, felt that was important enough to include as an episode. This guy has like really good forearms, and I messed that up because I wasn't blinking. Ooh. Alright, that's 30 done. Occasionally watch it. Yeah, I think Justice League and Justice League Unlimited were a fantastic series. We're done with the 30 minutes. Take a little break, maybe catch up with chat. Is there anything that I missed out on? Nothing on YouTube. Turtle. Idea for an aquarium. I think I saw that, but I didn't get a chance to respond to it. Hope you get through for that idea. I know sometimes I'll do some 3D modeling here on the channel, but not nearly very often. Speaking of, at some point we gotta finish that Dark Souls Panda for my friend. No, I'm just scrolling back up. Also, there is no shot that you're outrunning a hippo, and there's no shot you're gonna collect on that 100 million. Alright, we have one more set of 15 to do. You cannot outrun a hippo. Got to 18? Yeah, congrats. Good. We have last 15. This is only because the last time I did figures, I only did 15, right? So I have 1, 2, 3 full size, and then this is the last full hour study session that I did. So we'll do one more here so we can combine it into 4, and then we can make it. You don't know how fast I can run. Oh my god. Doing gesture before stream, wanted to ask for help. Yeah, sure. What do you need help with? Is there any like tips and tricks I can give you? Plus adrenaline. A human being can run at a maximum of like 15 miles per hour, I think. That's like adrenaline included. Ironic turn of fate. Nice. I guess I helped just by doing them. Maximum human run speed. Oh, 28 miles per hour, what? Never mind. The record is 27 miles per hour. Okay, cool. What is average human run speed? This is the maximum, this is not. 18 miles per hour. Let's see. If I open this. Let's open both these. And open up the image. Here we go. Fully confident I can run a hippo. Alright, fair enough. So the average running speed for humans in a marathon is 12 miles per hour, right? In a 100-meter dash, these are professional athletes, right? I was surprised. I thought I was like, first of all, I would like to say that I was right, that 12 miles per hour was the average, and I guessed that. Second of all, 100-meter sprinters, which means for 100 meters, professionally trained athletes can run on average 23 miles per hour, which doesn't put you at much faster than a hippo, by the way. Try and check, and it's only just clock, but it's bad apple, right? I'm sweating, but I'll do it. You're not gonna outrun a hippo. What is this picture? I can't tell what this image is. Maximum hippo gallop. So on average, and this is not like a professionally trained hippo. A professionally trained hippo. Oh, for you guys finally got to 10%. Nice. Professionally trained hippo probably can run faster, but 19 miles per hour is still fast as hell. Oh, here's a video. Let's look at this video. Explore Kenya's attraction. How do hippos run so fast?
Despite their hefty size and
seemingly
awkward body structure, marked by short, stubby legs and a round, plump frame, are adept runners, clocking in at speeds of approximately 19 miles per hour. Their land speed prowess is quite impressive, considering they predominantly inhabit water
on
bodies.
disc.
This raises a
compelling
question. How do these hefty animals achieve such swiftness?
It is on Discord.
The Royal Veterinary College researchers from the United Kingdom.
Imagining a man trying to outrun Mudang. You would never outrun Mudang. Mudang will find you wherever you go.
Speed. They embarked on an extensive study to unravel the mechanisms by examining 169 strides taken from 32 different hippos, documenting.
It is just a tank. It's so round.
The results from the study was astonishing, as it unveiled that
does this show me the hippo running?
Regardless of their speed. In fact, what sets them apart is their ability to take brief airborne leaps when accelerating. Beyond their
wait, they can jump?
Hippos also possess a distinctive method of navigating through water. Contrary to common belief, hippos cannot swim conventionally due to their dense bodies that prevent floating. They instead resort to walking or running along the riverbed or lake floors.
Apparently they can become airborne if they...
Per hour underwater. The enigma surrounding hippo speed has long intrigued scientists, given the challenges of studying these dangerously territorial animals up close. Their aggressive nature makes it
basically right.
Researchers to observe them in natural habitats, or
like a gorilla, we could work together and beat it. Hippo, you're just like, you're not even causing damage.
Difficult. Despite these obstacles, insights from the RVC research have shed light on the dynamics of hippo speed, showcasing their ability to achieve remarkable speed on both land and water. These revelations.
Okay, well that didn't really elucidate anything to like how fast they actually run in a video, but they run fast. Hippo fast. Alright, let's go with 20 more. That's why when my friend was like, I think I could take a cow, I'm like, you're out of your mind if you think 51% of the time you're beating up a cow. No shot in hell. Because the question I posed to my friends was, what is the largest animal you think you can take 51% of the time, right? And I got very like responses and stuff. Someone was clever. It's like, I could take a shark. And it's like, okay, but it's in water, right? It is in whatever the natural environment you would find that animal in. You think you could take a giraffe? No shot you could take a giraffe. No shot. You would have to find me like documented proof of any human ever barehanded taking a giraffe. Try to go a little bit slower there. Fight to death. Yeah, I'm gonna hug its leg and pray. Be a bunny rabbit, it might still beat my ass. Oh no. Yeah, in a fight to the death. You're locked in like a cage match, right? So you and the animal, both of you have the same, like, you need to kill each other to live, like, desire. You're not like tricking the animal into like getting afraid or whatever. Like, it's gonna be a fight to the death. What is the largest animal you think you can take? I've messed this up just a teensy bit. That's okay. Bunny rabbit's pretty funny though. I can see that though. Those logomorphs get fucking vicious. Watership Down proved that to me, that's for sure. Think you really see take an off-ridge? What? Maybe. But it's gonna... Listen, 51% of the time, perhaps. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know an ostrich enough. Like, but counter to like a puma can't kill you in one hit. Like, unless you get surprised, which there is no surprise round, right? Unless you get surprised, I don't think a puma can take you out in one hit. It has to like slowly rake you and bleed you out. An ostrich, I 100% believe that an ostrich can kick you in the chest and you're gone. Just like a horse, right? If a horse kicks you in the chest, you're just fucking out. No shot ever coming back from that. This is a really cute pose. I like it because she's got glasses, but she's got the guitar. Server about this. Wait, what? Hold on, let me pause. I wonder if I could take a llama or an alpaca. I don't know. Maybe a llama and alpaca seems possible, right? As a person who has seen and petted an ostrich, those freaking evolved velociraptors curves on me. People survive horse kicks. Yeah, but like, here's the thing though, right? You're not gonna get up after the horse kick, right? And once you're down from the horse kick, you're just like, it's gonna step on you till you're dead. Same thing with the ostrich. Sue would have been down? What? About just trying? Yeah! They'd have to be in this server though to be able to take advantage of it. But it's pretty good. I don't know. Is Sue one of the... Oh my god. Is Sue one of your friends that is super against not safe for work art? I think I put that knee too far out. Ah, too late. I literally just did this one. So we're skipping this one. I remember. See, she's the one that do the mushroom. I just asking. Yeah, it'd be unfortunate. they would not be happy being on this server, and I don't think they would approve of showing up here. So hard to do, I guess. One of those things, I suppose. There's just no way to approach that conversation, which is really sad. You have to let people who are super against something show up to it, right? I remember for the longest time when I would watch porn and stuff, I would like anything had a penis. I was like, oh no, I don't want to see that. And then over time, I was like, you know what? It's not really the penis that puts me off from porn. I just really like the curve of the belly here. Follow the hip line down. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum, bum, ba-da, bum. Ooh, that's good right there. It's just like I had that one moment of clarity where I saw things in three-dimensional perspective. I tricked myself with the illusion. That's always fun. That's 20. Yo, let's go! Yeah, just don't even worry about the fatigue, the exhaustion. None of that is in your brain right now. The only thing that you're thinking of is like, oh, another 30 seconds. I gotta do whatever I can. Don't worry too much about what have I done with this hand here? Fuck me. Don't worry about like trying to hit your goals of like, oh, I'm doing figure drawing to get better at shape design, or I'm doing figure drawing to get better at anatomy, right? When the moment, don't think of that. If you think of that, you're gonna cloud your judgment. You're gonna start to bog yourself down. Just draw, and then afterwards you can think, oh, I really like the way that came out. And then eventually over time, you'll slowly start to course correct in the direction that you want. So don't worry about it too much. If you're worried about speed, just keep going, right? Dual poses are hard. Yes, they are very difficult. It's because you're trying to I recommend not trying to do the anatomy for them. I highly recommend just focusing on like, what is the vibe of these two characters? I believe in every one of you. You all get what you want out of art. Just takes a little bit of time and a little bit of thinking. Always be thinking about what you want to achieve. And always be kind to yourself as you're doing it. I'm having unkind thoughts about myself. I'm just kidding. You want to worry about like shapes and volumes? Start drawing the human form as a bunch of cylinders, boxes, and cubes, right? Personally, I find that makes things a little bit stiff, but that's not super important if that's what you're trying to work on, right? Scenes. Robbie the Roman. Progress, not perfections. Exactly. That's a fantastic quote. That is a great quote. Progress, not perfection. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this should be the last 3-ish. I kind of jerked myself around a little bit. I really like the videos that I watched from Ryan Benjamin, though. I think they had some great points about what you should focus on, cores and stuff. But watching his videos on Proko really does highlight to me a lot of like what is missing from these kinds of talks, where it's kind of just like, yeah, sure, we can draw the core and then start working on what looks right. How do you know when it looks right, right? And I think figure drawing is a pretty good solution to that, right? It's not the fix all, but it's a pretty good start. It'll get you in the door as far as like what you need to know, right? And by that I mean like it will teach you what you need to learn so that you can then find out what that is. It's like, oh, I'm really struggling with this. What are some practices I can do to do that, right? Give him his butt. Get him all caked up and out the door. Last one. And this guy's got a fantastic chest. Highly recommend, like, this guy, every time he shows up, he's got amazing, like, anatomy, and, like, he's super fucking buff, right? He's super buff, but he doesn't look buff. He doesn't look buff because, like, he just doesn't have the, what's it called? Genetics to get, like, those, like, bulging muscles. Either that or he's just not dehydrated enough. But, like, this guy is, like, buff as hell. He just doesn't look like it because his muscles aren't massive like we're used to seeing. I would say this is pretty close to like someone who's maybe 17, 15% body fat. Yep, and that's it. That's all of them. Ooh. Alright, let's get them all sized up. Some of these are a month apart, but that's okay. They still go in the pile all the same. I don't want to lose any information. And when you shrink down, you lose information. Because when you shrink down and then you shrink back up, it's going to get really pixelated. So you want to make sure when you're shrinking down anything, you want to go ahead and just shrink down as much as you need to. Just in case you need to move it around or whatever. Because if you bring it back up, you're going to lose detail. Cool. Let's merge these all below. Save and then export. And then we're going to work on the emotes. Yeah, that's fine. Please link the video. Video? What video? Oh, the Ryan Benjamin video. Let me see if I can find it here really quick. Alright, let's see my history. %, less intimidating than I could ever have imagined. Like, once I got over my fear in the first gesture, everything just came flowing in. Yeah, exactly. The more it becomes mundane, the less your brain is afraid of it. Because your brain is scared of things that are new. And new things are always going to be scary. Once we take away that fear, we find that there's really no reason for us to have been afraid of it in the first place. But that's okay. That's just how our monkey brains were designed. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and leave the voice chat now. But we're gonna share that link. And I'm getting messages from people that I don't usually get messages for. What's going on here? Apparently my friend's flower is... I can't tell what's going on. Never mind. They just found the Darkrai flowers. So now the flower wizard is now a dark wizard. Please change sleeves. Ooh, let me see. Try different first gesture. Rhythm the body. Yes, curves. Yep. Method, focus on energy contours. Primitive shapes. Yeah! These are all fantastic ways to think about this. Sorry, I'm troubleshooting my friend's starter because they're telling me that their starter has gone flat. So which approach would I suggest as far as like the 3 different ones that you went for? I don't do any of them anymore, right? Because they all felt really like bogged down. And as you can see as I'm drawing, I'm kind of going for form shapes, I'm kind of going for detail shapes, I'm kind of just doing whatever is coming to my mind the most, right? Because I'm using it as a warm-up at this point. Yes, the anatomy is interesting and something to do, but primarily what I'm looking for with these is I'm trying to like pull out the shapes, being able to see that 3D form on the paper, right? Just like really like associate what I see with proportions that I'm going to draw. You don't think any of them are good? I think all of them are good because all of them are suggestions that people give, and it's just a matter of what like clicks with you. For me, what I tend to do is I try to like grab the thing that grabs my attention the most first. So usually it's like the head, or if it's the torso, it's the torso, right? Some people have just like really cool forms in the bicep, all sorts of stuff. Orthy works fine. Until the starter doubled in size. Doubled in size before you fed it. Bum bum bum. My friends are arguing about the grizzly bear. Might have been an immature colony and then deleted. And another mold or took advantage the lack of lack of lactic acid a mature colony would have produced. For certain, and always if you see if you need help, always a second chance. Oops, chance. Okay. They want to take. I think I could take the grizzly. Now, when I say I think I could take the grizzly, I do not mean that I think that I am going to beat the grizzly. What I think is that I will survive 20 minutes with the grizzly bear. And here is my reasoning, right? Lions and hippos are both from Africa. Both of these animals have like genetic encoding that identifies human beings as suitable targets and have no fear towards them, right? We evolved alongside them for 100 million years, right? And only since like the last 40,000 years have we started to move out of Africa. And so, because only in the last 40,000 years have we begun to like move out of Africa, do we start to see that grizzly bears, animals that were primarily more like in the north and didn't have as many like human genus like animals to like identify, right? They didn't have like that genetic genome to like identify animal as not a threat or what this thing can do. Because animals rely mostly on instinct, and instinct has some plus and minuses. If the bear has never seen a human before, I can do like my hands up really big and maybe like a weird little dance or whatever and like confuse it enough that for 20 minutes I'll be alive. Right? Tiger is not going to fall for that. Probably. Because tiger is just really aggressive. It is the biggest land carnivore in the sense that it is only a carnivore. Bears are omnivores. Although technically I think the polar bear is the biggest. Polar bear is the biggest, but tiger is like, they'll try to kill you off the back of an elephant. So, both hippos and lions have like, I'm not scared of a human. This thing is near me. I'm going to kill it, right? Tiger is just like something that is alive. I'm going to kill it. Bear is like, hum-de-dum, here I am in the woods eating grass berries. If a mouse comes near me or a rabbit comes near me, I'll eat it. I'm opportunistic. What the fuck is that thing? Why did it double in size? What the fuck is it doing? I don't know what's happening here. I'm gonna wait until something gives me like a go ahead that I can eat it or something. Yes, because that's literally how you survive bears in wild. You shout, here bear, and if it shows up, you make yourself look really big. If you run away from any of these animals, you will die. First and foremost, if you run away from any of these animals, you will die. Why is that? Because the tiger and the lion have instincts to chase prey. So does the bear. If you run away from predators, your chances are like less than 0. The hippo, you might want to run, right? You probably might be able to get away from it depending on if you can like take sharp turns and hide behind foliage. Like it depends. You might be able to survive, but it doesn't really say anything other than like, can you survive 20 minutes, right? We apply fear and mischief, and most of these give you a chance. Exactly. Give them the confusion debuff, right? For similar PNG. 6 months. 60. Cool. I can outrun a hippo. Perhaps. It is yet to be seen. If you are like a sprinter, you might be able to outrun a hippo. But for 20 minutes, you're gonna get tired faster than the hippo is gonna get tired. Hold on. Generally, your nose. He's seen the first time. Let me see. I like the hat. I can recognize a lot of these. Good. I like the frog guy. I remember them. Nice dynamic pose. Good work. Good work on all of these, by the way. These look so ridiculous in hindsight. I felt like Van Gogh while doing them. I think you're fine. I think they look really good. I think the effort is more important than what they look like. That being said, you haven't actually seen the emotes that we did yesterday, right? This is what we've got so far on the E Honda snack time emote. And I'm still kind of on the fence as to whether or not I'm going to add the hand. I don't think I'm going to, because it doesn't matter how I position this hand. It looks like he's like doing the fuckboy, like he's like, he's doing the fuckboy thing. I don't know if I can include the hands. It looks cool, but I'm probably not going to include the hands. Turtle has also been like, I want you to not do line art on this one. And they dropped 100 bits. So I guess we're not doing line art on this one. The hand is perfect. The hand is perfect. Let's see what it looks like. From far away. Again, I guess it doesn't, like, it does make it look a little bit busy because this is the actual size that it's going to be most of the time. So the hand does add something. I feel like it's a bit too much detail. But yes, this is the wrong one. Yes, this is what we've been working on. Concerned about the I am also, which is why I don't think the hand is going to be great. We could flip a coin. Let's put in some base colors really quick because that'll help define readability. Actually, let's just put in E Honda's skin color. Yeah, that works. Yeah, no, we were no longer seeing the fuckboy hand. I know, I told you. Also, as I was drawing this, I was like, this looks like the this is peak actually. Actually this is shit or whatever. Let me bring it up. Let me bring it up again. Okay. So this is what I was talking about, everyone, earlier, right? This face, it just reminds me a ton of take the color away and take the hand away. I don't know why, it just looks the same to me. Sub-goal progress? What's sub-goal progress? What? What did happen to sub-goal progress? By the way, you should be able to use the new emote. I think pending. Ah. Pending 108. So we can now use the new emote. Twitch sub goal progress. Twitch sub goal progress. Whoopsies. I want the regular stream. Didn't it get reset? Doesn't it just like reset once you get to 10? It is what it is, unfortunately. You can kind of make sure that they say rad, and if you hover over it, it says raid, so. I don't know what these look like on the other ones, so we'll see. Progress stays just like it's in the followers. Oh, I have no idea. I can kind of control that, maybe? Community. It's leaderboards. Somewhere on here I can do it. Rewards? No. Maybe it's on sub goals. Where is sub goals? I have no idea how to do this. No, I was just showing that this image looks like this thing. Look into it later. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, I'll be honest. So, it makes it difficult. I think they're fine if they're not the most readable, right? At the end of the day, all that matters is that people know what it is, right? Pretty sure readability is knowing what it is. Yeah, that's fair. I am also not the best at making emotes, unfortunately, so I'm just kind of doing this to the best of my own ability. If I get better at it later, we'll just make it again. Easy. I think I would rather have some emotes than no emotes. best emote draw on Twitch. That is not true at all. Just because it looks really pretty does not make it a good emote. Remember, it has to serve the function of informing from a very small angle. So they have to be very small and also convey information. So if they convey information, but they don't do it when they're very small, they're not a very good emote. Verifiably false. Don't care, didn't ask. Plus you think, what is this? You can't bully me by telling me I'm great. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. I'm hoping that the red face paint will make things a little bit easier to understand. Raid. Amazing on mobile? Alright. If you say so, let me open them up on mobile. Double check. Double check. Not that I don't believe you, but I feel like there is some bias that might go unchecked. What is chat looking like? Mod view is here. Maybe later. You can kind of see them. You can at least see Raid better. I think you can at least see Raid better. My opinion can no longer be trusted. Your opinion can, no, it can't. You're compromised, unfortunately. You are unfortunately compromised, Kit. I'm sorry to say. How much would you charge for an emote, like commission? I don't know. I think it would take me about a day to do one, right? And like a day, I mean like the 5-hour mark, right? So 5 times 20 is 100. That's not really feasible, right? But maybe I could charge 400 for a set of 5, or like a full set or something. I don't know if that would be any more feasible or less feasible. Oopsies. I'm guessing that's less feasible. So maybe it'd be like 200 for a set of 5, perhaps. And I think that would ease it over because a lot of emotes have like shared themes. I think I could get away with that. I'm starting to see some promising readability from the face paint. I don't know how big or small it looks on y'all's screen on the left. It looks really small. For me, it's about this. It's a little bit smaller than a sticker. It's probably like a full-size Discord emote. $40 each. Yeah, but I probably wouldn't sell them individually, right? Because unless I can get them done in 2 hours, $40 I'd be losing money. Or I'd be like losing time. Although if it's on stream, it probably wouldn't make a difference. I gotta do a bunch of calling tomorrow morning. Well, maybe I won't do it tomorrow morning. I think I might do it the day after. I'll have to see. Oh, that's the other way around, dummy. I could take a screenshot of how big it is on my screen. No, I don't think it's that important. It's basically, it's just like a matter of whether or not you guys can see what I'm actually doing. So if you guys can't see what I'm doing appropriately, I don't think it really matters. Oops, that's the wrong one. So yeah, we'll leave that one up there so you guys can see that better. When is the next emote contest stream? How about I actually finish the emotes that you guys have had me do, and then we do emote contests maybe some other time. Determined. It must be a really good idea. This friend won't let me. No, he just wants to do the or they just want to do the fucking, what was it? What's it called? Was it the snail? It was another one. You've propositioned me for like 7 different emotes. There's the Big Wood emote. There's the snail. Gay time traveler surgeon on July 4th. There's that one. How is this readable? This is about the size of me. Emotes. Doesn't really read very well. Let's see if we can add some more like weights to this with the teeth, maybe? Or Honda's eyes. Start working on them. We're cooked, but we glaze anyway. What? Where is it? What color eyes does Honda have? They are brown eyes. Oh, they cooked on the glaze? Yeah, we maybe you're not making the readability accusations. Oh, that's wrong. That's too bright. I feel like that's too dark though. If there's any place for us to do readability checks, it would be now. Absolute Superman makes me so sad. I'm thinking finish it. Really? Oh man. I was looking for the Absolute Batman comic today. I didn't see it. Next week, Wednesday. Oh, next week. What came out today then? I thought you said something came out today. Must have misheard. Okay. I recommend. Supergirl came out today. Oh, nice. Is it Absolute Supergirl or is it? That'd be weird. Start to the new series. I hope they keep Guy Gardner as a Red Lantern, but I think they aren't, right? I think they already stopped him as a Red Lantern. Explorer series, Demand the Kryptonite Spectrum. Oh, nice. Other variants of the universe. Red Lantern 2016. That's a shame. He is so cool as a Red Lantern. That's not super readable, I'll be honest. Here's what I can do though. I can use a shadow in the background. That delineates the forms a little bit more, but doesn't really do anything. I'm tired of the stigma that other lanterns are inherently evil or undesirable. Emotions are equally valid and even room to be their own forms of expression. Supergirl being a Red Lantern is another excellent pick. Right? It was really good. Because it really focused on like emotions as being the, what's it called? The conception point for change, right? So it's like will is like the desire to change innately, right? It's the will to do something, right? Willpower. Oh, sorry, buddy. Are you okay? He's just having a little dream. Fear is the emotion that tells you something is wrong. You change something because you're afraid for yourself and others, right? Anger, you are upset with something in the world and it needs to like this is an unjust thing that needs to change, right? What's it called? Love, right? To find the strength to fight for those you love is a pretty easy one. What was the blue is empathy, right? While empathy doesn't have the strength to do anything by itself, it empowers those. Blue's hope, yeah. While hope can't do anything by itself, it makes others who desire change, it inspires them. And so it makes their constructs very much stronger. I thought that was a really cool thing about the Blue Lanterns, was that hope is very different compared to the other ones, where it doesn't really like cause change itself, or it doesn't like inspire the individual to action, but being hopeful can inspire others to action. So I thought that was fun. The other thing was the what's it called? Was it the Indigo Lanterns? What was the Indigo Lanterns? Indigo is empathy. Yeah. I think Superman can't be either a blue or a Green Lantern. The only reason why Superman is really as strong as he is because he's on Earth. Or are you talking about that time they gave him a lantern ring? He somehow isn't fit for a ring. I thought it's due narrative integrity, but still. There's a lot of people, you have to be willing to accept the ring, right? So people can refuse the ring. I feel like Superman refuses the ring. Because his place is on Earth, right? My thoughts, anyway. Maybe let's change the paper color to something else. Jeez, I don't know. He rejected. Yeah. Rejected the Green Lantern a couple times. Really? That's really funny. For Batman, it's a pretty easy, just like I don't think he would, like, being part of a team isn't really a Batman thing. Do we keep the hand? That's not the right hand. I want to maybe get rid of the hand, I think. Directly, he needs it because he goes against some insane people. People like Bane. I think, right, the reason is because Batman is entirely focused on doing his art and stuff around Gotham. Not his art and stuff. His like crime stopping in Gotham, right? That's like expressly the intent. So I think when the Green Lanterns come for him and like the Yellow Rings come for him, he's like knocking them away because he's like, this is not for me. Good try that. He's not fighting Darkseid every day either. Do you want to try rendering this out? Which lantern would I be? I don't know. There's so many different aspects of me. We can do like individually though. Like I'm pretty sure Sprengy would be what's it called? Indigo Lantern? Violet Lantern. Probably the Violet Lantern. Or maybe the Indigo Lantern. I don't know. Big Sprung would be Red Lantern for sure. There's a part of me that would be green. I think there's definitely a part of me that would be yellow for sure. Empathy's hard though, because empathy or the Indigo Lantern's like parasitic to an extent, right? So they're like, you are empathetic, but it's like it seeks out those who need empathy or something, right? I do want to try and render this out. I just also found a big mistake. I forgot to do this. Violet for Spring is the only ring you'd accept. Why is that? I feel like the people who tend to take the Yellow Lanterns Mostly this is probably poisoned by Sinestro. But the people that I think that would take yellow lanterns are the ones who want to like make sure people are punished for their crimes. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the vibes I get. Overwhelmed by your anxiety? Well, that's fair. That's fair, I suppose. I'd give in to the ring without a second thought. I thought that the yellow lanterns were slightly unique in the sense that the rings don't look for people who have great fear within themselves. They look for people who have the ability to inspire great fear in others. But I might be wrong in that. That might have been like a Sinestro thing. That's how it works. Yeah. Okay. So majority of the time. I think Robbie would be a Green Lantern. Robbie would have to be a Green Lantern, right? Or maybe a Blue Lantern. He might be a Blue Lantern. I think Blue Lantern is probably better. Alright, let's... Match Caesars that have great fear within themselves. Really? I thought Sinestro was like... I guess he was always at every turn taking advantage of people, so... I think my favorite lantern is probably the Orange Lantern. I think he's pretty cool. Hmm. That's the wrong color. That's the wrong number. It should be the best, right? Because they have all the lanterns inside of the one lantern. Always nerfed or underused. I feel like you can't really use. His name is Schlatter. I forget the name of the character, but it's like you can't use them for anything because they're just not a character really. Larfleeze, yeah, Larfleeze. Theoretically the strongest power user since he has the whole central battery to himself. If you remember, that times your hour Aldrin goal from the Soul Green Lantern user and become God. But Larfleeze has everything that he wants already. Because he is the greediest. He won. Hooray, Larfleeze! Larfleeze enjoyers stay winning. Single relay of the entire light spectrum. And use the essential batteries. That'd be so. That would be really funny though. Like, we can't stop this crazy hobo. This crazy crackhead broke into our house and stole all of our Energizer batteries. Now he thinks he's God. Please help us. how chill these teams are. Yeah, it's just a lot of not doing anything, not doing anything productive. Gonna make some tea and worm. Yeah, get yourself on toasty and worm. Maybe I'll find a good, nice brush that I like here. Southern Hemisphere. It's definitely do better as a sticker, but oh well. Let's just make a new layer for highlights. Oh, this is not what I wanted necessarily. Hmm. Hmm. I was hoping this would have more of an orange hue to it. Oh my god. But can you do random voice lines for subs/bits tomorrow's, like throwaway lines or something? Aside from Dalsim, I think Aunt Honda is aging really well. I think, yeah, Honda is doing a really good age. I think they've changed the way that Dalsim is presented also because of how maybe a little culturally insensitive it was to begin with. Unless you're talking about the way they look. I could do voice lines, sure. It would depend. You can try. That's too much. Still too much. No, I'm going for like... probably needs to be a little bit reddish. More reddish. But not that reddish, you know? whatever, kind of close enough for me, I guess. Or whatever. Oh, right. DILF. Looking good for aging. Dawson is a little bit cooked for 70. Early 40s? What? Why is he closer in age to me than Dhalsim? I don't want to know that. Complete saga. Oh my gosh. Maybe it's because getting your ass beat is not good for you. Remember that, kids. Bro might well be smoking 40 packs today. I don't think breathing fire inhalings is good for you either. Yeah, that's fair. Compare this to multiply. What does that look like? I like that a lot more. This isn't gonna matter because it's really far away, but whatever. You still like Super Mario 6? I haven't played it since last time I played on stream. That's just kind of just like a me thing. I just haven't had time to play it, and I don't know if that's going to change soon. I doubt it. God's left move, please hear my cry. Appear upon this chat, O sacred and profound, us with your grace? What? How's it going, Keep Real Alvis? Welcome to the chat. What is the what Kit, are you being taken by the void? Is that what's happening right now? You know that's not how it works. Hmm. I think it's like this. Bring out your tarot cards? This is before I was on vacation. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes they just go AFK for a while. if the tarot cards would work. I'll have a candle. Will nightlight soon. He's not gonna come from a nightlight. Showing up. No, they're not dead. They just haven't showed up to stream for a while. They probably have lost the desire to do art for a bit, is my guess. Or they're just busy with something else. Trying to find the new E Honda makeup. So I'm pretty sure it has a ring, but I don't know how to get the right color for it. Maybe I just do and then just do a light blend. I think that's good enough. Does Moob like gambling? I don't know. You'll have to ask him the next time they're here. I'm sure he will appreciate all the efforts, though. There is a mod for Street Fighter 6 that gives E Honda 2 guns when he does his headbutt. And I just think that the world is so beautiful sometimes. Oh, you okay, buddy? He's alright. You can't actually, if you really want them to show up, you can usually add them on Discord. That will get them. My friends have been trying to play ah, my opera instructor is telling me that no, it's on there, and I'm like, I don't see it. Trying to find like a good picture of Honda. Oh, he's got the purple on the inside, and his lips are pink. Interesting. Also, it's less a it's more of a lining thing than like a taper thing. Oopsies. It is going to be actually much darker than this. Cool. Might actually need to be smaller. Please. Please, for the love of God. For the love of God. Please. Okay, and then we need that purple. So it's sort of actually shaped like this. Chat is died. Everyone is just really quiet. It's just, this is what happens with chill art screens. They kind of just, you know, chill. I just have a little bit of thread coming up from the bottom. Drowsy, but I promise just trusting my eyes for a second. No, Kit's out of here. Kit's dead. It unfortunately is not long for this world. definitely throwing me off. Maybe we'll get an exciting one tomorrow or next. For tomorrow's 24-hour stream, I'm thinking about, because I'm gonna obviously need to leave my home to to walk my dog. So I'm wondering if I can just put like a playlist of Rush's music together and then just like stream the YouTube videos. 'Aesthetic static image. I never actually see a senior put effort into the VR packs. Well, because it's like, it's gonna be at least 30 minutes, right? Because I gotta walk him till he poops and then come back. I don't want to leave people out of it for that long, you know? $45 of just text. No music. Come back all the time just to end the stream. What? That's awful. I know I'm gonna have to at least leave stream twice. No, I guess I could just walk Maho after the stream. But we'll see. The plan is to go from noon my time, which would be like 7 p.m. most of y'all's time. And then stream until 7 the next day, right? I'm getting real lazy when it comes to this. Like, I don't really want to put a lot of effort into rendering these hands. You're the best. You really take years for granted. Oh, baby boy, what's the matter? He woke up from his nap and now that he's trembling. No, he's not. He's pretty good. What are you doing? How's my baby boy? How's my little fella? I will probably definitely use this as a profile picture at some point. Let's see, hold on. will 100% be using this as a profile picture at some point or another. Okay, let's add another layer really quick. Actually, what am I doing? So this is a trick that I saw somewhere, where it's like, if you want that rich multiply layer, you can just simply take the entire layer and then apply a layer mask to it after it's on set to multiply. And that didn't work. Why did that not work? That was supposed to work. Is it because the red is too bright? The red is too saturated. Okay. The red is too saturated. It does not want to play nice. It simply refuses. The Aviation Geek. How long have you been drawing? I've been drawing since my last year in high school. It's about 10 years now, a little more than 10 years. That's crazy. Although a lot of my progress, I feel, has happened in the last 2 years. I'm trying to find a way that I can... Right? Right, of course. Uh, 10 years to get your eyes on. Yeah, although, like, again, most of that was not spent drawing. We're improving, so. I'm gonna have to do this completely manually, aren't I? This is gonna suck. Okay, so first of all, we're gonna have to grab everything that's gonna be in shadow. accomplishment, I'm comparing it with my Beta Honda version. I'm so fascinated by how maintaining a sense of accurate anatomy is deeply embedded into all aspects of your art, even with the emotes. It's always your go-to approach for tackling anything and everything. Oh yeah, absolutely. What point did it go from, oh, I draw sometimes, to, maybe I should go on and try to improve? So the secret was, there never was a point where I should go all in and try to improve, right? Straight up, I had never done any art stuff my entire life, right? I can't remember, I think like 18 years old, 17 years old, because my birthday is in May. And like, so I was 17 years old, almost 18 years old, never touched any art. Grown up, like surrounded by comic books. I've told this story before, but like surrounded by comic books, surrounded by like poor people's art, I guess. Fascination for classical music. I love the art so much. My entire life, I had grown up with the idea that like I was going to be a scientist, because scientist is the thing that's like, you know, doctor, lawyer, blah, blah, blah. It's something that's held in high esteem, right? My family didn't really have like a preference one or the other, but there's just like cultural implications of like, oh, an artist has it so hard. An artist is never going to make any money. Only the people who are like, have the gift of God will be able to be an artist. Everyone else was just going to suffer the whole time. Even though my dad had known artists, right? Artists that worked for Marvel, right? And it's just like, my entire life, I thought, I don't really think I'm gonna do art. Never even like had the concept of like I couldn't do art, right? I just like I'd always think science is what I enjoy, it's what I'm gonna do. I just like learning facts, right? When I found out that being a scientist paid less than being an artist, right? And on top of that, you're not gonna do any of the research that you want to do for at least the first 20 years of after getting a degree. Mind you, people my age are still in like doctors, like their master's programs to get their PhD stuff. So 20 years from like when they graduate, maybe this year, is when they will maybe get to like do the thing that they want to do. And for me, I was like, no fucking shot. Because in addition to that, there's a lot of science programs and stuff that's like, they give up and they do fake science for whoever's going to pay them to actually do the research, right? That's how we get like Sugar Growers of America saying that, what's it called? The fake sugar is going to give people cancer. Stuff like that. And so, last semester in high school, I was kind of disillusioned with being a scientist because I'd always wanted to be a geneticist, because the plasticity by which the canine form can adapt, it was really fascinating to me. Like it's so crazy that without even changing 0.1% of DNA, you can get all these crazy shapes with dogs. So maybe there is like a timeline where I'm a part of the research team that did the whole bring back a direwolf. Maybe, probably not, but maybe there's a timeline that I'm a part of that. But I was completely disillusioned with that. I was a kid with ADHD, so studying wasn't really a strong suit. I felt like I wasn't going to be able to make a difference. I was just going to suck at everything I did, because no one makes learning fun in the education system, and it's really hard to learn. I took one semester of art for my final thing because I needed a thing, and they didn't have home ec, and the music class was locked behind other stuff. So I couldn't do any music, and I couldn't like do any cooking. So I took an art class. And because I was so good at being detail oriented, I ended up being really good at shading. And that was my, you know what? I want to do art. That was my moment. And that one moment, I was like, I want to try and be better at this, was the same moment when I tried it. And I fell in love with it. So yeah, it's, I don't know. It just, the reason why I'm like, only in the last few years have I felt like I've improved is because in the last few years, like last couple of years, I finally like had an idea of what to actually study, what to actually practice. Because there's a million YouTube videos and I've never had a mentor. So I just kind of like absorbed a ton of information and didn't know how to apply any of it until recently, right? And you could probably say that the last 5 years was a lot of buildup of muscle memory, because the last 5 years is when I had, like, 5 years ago, I found Peter Han. Like, I had a friend recommend Peter Han's form stuff to me, and I was on and off for that for like all that time. It's you know, takes a long time to do fucking anything. Keep that in mind. So it makes me really happy that you think I'm really good at certain things. And additionally, the one thing I can give you as advice is that, yes, when you have any sort of problem that you're dealing with, I recommend that you always try to approach it with anatomy focus. And not like anatomy, right? Anatomy is not just like the study of the human form and the muscles and the bones. Anatomy is the study of what are the construction blocks of a shape, of a form, of an object, right? I could say, what is the anatomy of my cup? And it goes into like what each individual form that makes up my cup, right? I'm glad I'm a role model. Because most of art is about trying to make something believable, right? And to get appealing forms. Appealing forms come heavily from like an understanding of structure in three-dimensional space. And additionally, to make something believable, you have to be able to know how to rotate it and like give it volume and like all that stuff on a plane. So that involves perspective. So anyway, I always highly recommend you go back to the fundamentals if you're ever struggling with something. Because fact of the matter is, they're the fundamentals for a reason. And anatomy is just one of those fundamentals. People like to call it form instead of anatomy. I just say anatomy because it's, when I'm thinking of human anatomy, I'm not thinking of it any differently. Oh shit. Boxes are the key. Yep. What a journey. I'm super proud of how far you've come. I am also very proud with how far I've come. I'm a little disappointed that I'm not really making any money off of it, so I can't. But okay, the caveat is, I'm disappointed that I'm not making any money with it. I am disappointed that I am not making any money with it. But only because if I could make money off of it, I could do it all the time instead of just the time when I'm not working. So that's my caveat to why I'm disappointed that I'm not making money with it. Before someone's like, see, he's only in it for the money. I really don't think I need all of this for an emote. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Yuck, that's right. probably do the other side now. But take being in it for the money is equally valid. I mean, I don't know. Me personally, I am biased towards the in it for the love of the game. Because people who are in it for the money tend to be miserable as fuck, and they're not fun to work with. That's why I'm like, please, for the love of God, just, if you want to do it for money, that's fine, but love it. Love what you're doing. Okay, so that's the only place where I'm gonna really like focus on that multiply sort of a thing. Doesn't look right to me though. It should be darker. Almost there. Hmm. The pasty is a bit strong, I think. How's it still at 50%? That's crazy. Let's try a different value then. Bring it down to 31. That's a little better. Wish I had more for you guys, but I'm just drawing. Maybe I can lower the value just a teensy bit. Maybe a teensy bit more. Meh. As long as everyone's doing like work or drawing or something, I think it's fine. It's fine. No big deal. I am gonna have to come back down here and listening to streamer while spacing out. Do I have any interesting stories to tell? I don't know if I have any interesting stories to tell. I already told the one about my friend not liking my idea for the character that I told him about. And so I'm still gonna like be very petty about that. I still don't have any idea what I'm gonna do for it though. So if anyone has any idea for like an end goal of like a bunch of poltergeists trapped in a like an antique store, what would it be? I don't think I heard this before. Right, so my friend uses AI for like chatbots and stuff because he likes discussing with people. Like he uses Reddit just because he likes to argue with people, right? And so he just likes to play with this like AI chatbot thing that like he has conversations with. And so occasionally he'll be like, I need an idea for this character. Like what do I do? What's the next thing to do? Because AI has sapped all of his creativity and can no longer come up with ideas by himself. It's sad. No, he's just messing around. Anyway, I was like, listen, you gotta really lock in, right? You gotta pretend in this chat discussion, you gotta pretend to be a tree. Basically, kind of. Just every time the character talks to you, put everything in asterisks, right? So it like has puts in italics, so it's like the like thinking or like does an action, and you got to be like photosynthesizes disapprovingly, or some shit like that. and they had the gall. They had the gall to tell me that was a stupid idea, and then ask another friend for a different idea. How dare they? So now I'm basically the next campaign thing that I'm gonna run, because we do like a rotating game night for D&D. They're all going to start as inanimate objects. I'm gonna give them handout cards. Maybe I'll do one of those surveys. And they're all going to be like just best way to say it. They're gonna be like, they gotta role play inanimate objects to me. And I think it's gonna be really funny. That's the cope anyway. That is the cope. Perfect revenge. Exactly, right? So it's gonna be like, you gotta role play as this character, and if you do it 5 times, every time you do something creative with like the role playing of this inanimate object, I'll give you a point, right? Once you get to 5 points, then it like now the game is on. Now you all know that you are ghosts inside of like an object trying to break free. I mean, most of the character is in the face. I think I'm pretty much done. Just need to do a little bit more with this red. I still have no idea, because this is like an idea entirely out of spite. That's why spite is not a really good thing for trying to come up with ideas and stuff. Highly don't recommend it. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing for like the actual game story of it. Like, what am I supposed to do after the bit is over? I'm drawing a blank, basically. They go find bodies to possess and then choose their buildings that way. The problem is, it's like it's not like a full camp. It's like a one-off that sort of thing. It's like it's always a one-shot deal. There's nothing that goes after it, right? I need to make it fun for like a 4-hour play session thing. Poltergeist orgy at the end. Unfortunately, most of my friends are not as open to those sorts of things as I am. But I do appreciate the enthusiasm. I changed it and I forgot. Why I even bothered changed it. Okay, I mean, I think this is pretty much done. Because if we go out for the read, we don't really get much more out of it. I still think this is a really bad emote. We'll see. Instead of snack time, though, I'm going to be calling this peak, by the way. But peak with an A, so because it's peak. Peak, you silly. You are awesome. I'm gonna go find that website again. Remote tester. Oh, it's not too bad, actually. You can't tell at all that he's got Inca Kola in his hand. So maybe we pivot, right? Instead of it being all of this, right? What if it's just E Honda Space? How does everyone feel about that? Yeah? Okay. If that's the case, I'm still going to use this as a profile picture at some point. So we'll do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of this in a folder. Duplicate this. Pre-merge. And then just like merge all of these layers. Right? You know what? That's on fine. Okay, cool. And then we can just mess around with this by doing... Alright, cool, understandable. Thank you. Have a nice day. This does remind me a little bit of the Hulk smash face. I don't know. Unfortunately, snack time has been turned into what's it called? Smash time instead of snack time. See? Sure, we're grabbing the right color for this, so we don't have. Brian didn't work. Was for sure seeing. I thought he would, right? Usually he does. He might be asleep also. I actually need this bit in the back here. Oh, little baby. Little baby. All right. I think that is a little bit better. There's a little bit we can do for the edges here. Oh, what? Thank you for the something or other. I can't see the screen. Hey, Bustinator, thank you for the follow. Hey, scrolling through your art category, love your art style a lot. Thank you so much. It always feels so weird to have people tell me they love my art style because it's like my art style changes every stream, basically. I'm glad you like it. Hope you keep loving it when it's different. Yep, pretty easy. Tunes every stream. That's cool though. First is always happy. Yeah, I know. Last, for example, was it yesterday actually, we were working on this emote here. And then, not the week before that, but a while before that, we were doing this emote. And then it was this emote. Well, this one we didn't end up doing on stream. This one. So it's always fun. At least it's fun for me. Saw you render the hair live. It still looks magical. I don't know how you do it. Hey, here's the secret. I don't either. I have no idea how this has come together as nicely as it has for the hair. I'm just trying to apply a couple of like rough texture brushes. So for example, a lot of what like looks magical, I'm gonna say, is these small little like tones, and that's almost entirely from this texture brush that I had lying around, right? To get that kind of texture. And so I just kind of was like looking through my stuff and being like, I don't really need a texture for this because otherwise it's gonna look flat. And I just ended up finding it, so. I'm letting the tool do a little bit of the work. I know where to apply the tool, and I think that's more important than the tool itself, but it does play a big part. Because once you can see the vision, it becomes a little bit easier to do. And here what I'm doing is I'm taking these forms that have naturally kind of occurred. I'm following along. Like I see this shape right here in the highlights. So I'm just going to come in and do a little dip, take that out, add a bit of that darker line in. This way what we're doing is we're creating that natural like segmented look for the hair. Doing a little bit of that shape carving. How long have you been doing art? I love the look of this current piece. My favorite bits are the hair details and the eyes. Thank you. The eyes take a bit to get right. I've been doing art for about 10 years-ish. But I've only really made a ton of progress that I'm happy with the last, I'd say about 2 years, more or less. There we go. That's a better place for that. Cool. This could probably be a texture brush, what I'm doing here. I don't know if I have one, so I'm just gonna apply some stippling. I'm going to tend towards the bottom because I want it to look like the hair is angled forward. Like this, brief overview on your steps you took for the hair. Sure, sort of. So the first step I did was find out what the shape of the hair was going to be, right? So I know I have this dome-ish shape, right? It's got this contour, right? And it keeps going around the side here, but that side is covered by the skull cap, right? And then I have the other shape that's coming out to the side because they have a very like specific hairstyle, right? And this one has this kind of a shape, right? Similarly, we have this side that comes out, that's too much. This side that comes out like this, right? And we have this form, right? So it comes and curves back into this shape. And so as I didn't draw out these forms. I kind of was looking at reference and I was just kind of drawing the forms with my head, kind of piecing together where the light was, what it was hitting, why I was hitting it, right? And in the forms, I saw that it had this, like, the ear would be here and the head like this, right? And so it would come out here on top of here. This kind of entire shape ended up being like this in the back as it's curving around the neck. This is too wide over here, but it doesn't matter. The point is the same. I'm looking for the forms, right? And then I have this top knot that's going to rest on the top of the head because it's the top knot. Comes back down, has this top fold, right? Think of a brush, right? It's tightened back here. And so immediately as the hair tries to expand, it wants to go out. And then as the hair thins towards the bottom, it tries to do this shape, right? And then it eventually falls flat. When it's resting, right, what's going to happen is you get these kind of forms. As it recedes into space, where it kind of like wobbles. And this is the same grid sort of stuff that we're looking at, right? And then we need to have the other side where the knot is actually connected. So that's the shape of it. Realistically, that's not the right one. This is closer to like this, sort of. And so all I'm doing is any shape that's going up, I'm giving the light, right? And so I started with a mid-tone. So I blocked all of this in as just like shapes. It's like shape, 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 right? All these are just shapes. What's important is just because I'm getting rid of the guidelines, I'm not thinking about, I don't stop thinking about how the object is curving away just because it's a silhouette, right? So I'm still thinking as I'm drawing these. I'm thinking, okay, it has this curve, right? And that means that whatever is on top is going to have this light, and as it starts to curve away from the light, it's going to have that mid-tone, right? And if it's really close to the skull, like E Honda's hair is really flat on the top, you're gonna have this like semi-cast shadow, which is a result of the top not being on top, blocking the most direct light, right? And these little spikes that I'm doing, imagine cheese. Okay, so if we were to take hair and lay it on its side and look at it really closely, right? We would have all of these little tubes like next to each other, right? And all of these tiny little tubes, they are all going to have their own highlights, mid-tone, and then like, I probably should on the end, right? Highlight, highlight, mid-tone, mid-tone. They're all individually little cylinders, right? But trying to like render every single cylinder is one, not how our eyes work. Two, is going to make a very messy painting, right? So each of these cylinders each has this sort of mid-tone, right? And then it curves away into this shadow, right? So they're all cylinders. That means that as a group, when we look at these tubes from the top, they're mostly going to look like this, like a flat cube. When we look at it from an angle, let's use this cube to represent because we've already decided that it's going to knot. Instead of having this like one solid surface, you're going to occasionally get lines of shadow because the hairs are going to come apart a little bit, and we're going to see more of this like mid-tone on some of these hairs or groups of hairs, right? And if we can see both sides, right, we're going to see the mid-tone, and then we're going to see like parts of the hair where it's starting to separate down here as well. I like to use triangle shapes, but that's not like 100%. So hair tends to have this kind of like, if we were to do a texture ball, you do the exact same process of making a regular ball, right? Here's your highlights, and your core shadow is going to be here-ish. You get bounce light, reflection, all that stuff. But we want to grab like sections of the hair that are going to dip down into this down here. So we're going to have this curve a little down into this, right? And similarly, some of these are going to cast their own little shadows up here. So again, I like to use like little pyramid shapes, like triangles for them. I had it for a second here. Right, pull off these pyramid shapes. As we get closer to the light source, these like strands that we're going to see are going to be more made of the lighter sources. And you might even get, like, if you're in intense light, you might get like some really shiny highlights or something. This is a bit meh, in my opinion, on explanation for this, but it gets kind of the idea across that like the hair tends to be this sort of group of bundles, right? And trying to individually paint them is going to be miserable. So trying to really find these like spots that you can break the fourth wall and see it as hair instead of whatever object you're doing helps a lot. Oopsies. I want to grab and put like a ponytail or something, or a bun in the back here. I'm just gonna fake some shapes for the sake of getting it right. Right? And now all of a sudden this is someone's head, right? With the hair. But I was getting a little bit distracted. Just a wee bit distracted. This is all about, this is what it means to like shape carve, is to use these secondary colors as a way to like inform direction and shape and stuff. And a 1, 2, 3 helps a lot, but it's not 100% necessary. Like I would probably pick a color in between this to grab this like chin down here, because it needs to be a little bit of like a reflected light down here. but you also need to be able to differentiate from shapes that are not in shadow. I'm trying to think about my trapezius right now really quick. Yeah. I don't know if I've lost you if Kit fell asleep, but that's the theory, the anatomy, and the put into practice sort of a deal. Hope I didn't accidentally stop streaming. Like P. What? No! They disappeared as soon as I was doing the thing. What is my what is this, 10 minutes ago? 10 minutes plus another 10, about 20 minutes ago. 3:30-ish. It's around 3:30. Oopsies. I get an archer from. Alright, what am I doing here? Oh, they never added them. Okay, I'm going to finish this up then. Enough of a little break. Let's get back to finishing this, which I think I'm mostly done, honestly. I think I'm pretty much done. I have an hour left. I could do something else. Let's see what this looks like in the emote tester. Yeah, I think this is good. I do like it as like a smash. It's very funny. Oh, I forgot I had a couple messages on Discord. Dum, 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 dum. Alright. I need to export this. Open location. So I can start exporting these. Alright, let's export some more PNG. Oh, you know what? There's something I could do to change. Hold on. Before I start doing this stuff, I did want to modify the eyes here a little bit. It doesn't really matter all that much, just because, you know. Actually, the entire thing's in shadow. It wouldn't have that at all. Technically, it wouldn't have the highlight either, but the highlight is really important in making it look alive. So we're gonna leave that. We're gonna leave that a little bit. Never mind. I'm done. And it's just the way it is. Wait. Jesus Christ. I think it's 56? Yeah. And then 112. You know, it's really funny. This actually looks like an old school E Honda thing. That's really fun. I'm really happy with how it came out. Cool. That takes care of everything. more or less. We gotta still put this in its own folder. All right. Kind of want to take a break from the emotes that I have to do. So I still have to do Smaha sleeping steak. Bobby, huh? Lock the frickin' samurai. We probably won't do Mr. Elizabeth, but the black one is good. Okay, cool. Oh, I don't need a player. We'll keep going for another 40 minutes. Might as well get a head start on this. But in the meantime, let me go ahead and upload the other streams. Cool. We are now at all 5 of our standard emotes. That's really fun. We'll see if any of them get swapped out or anything, but it's whatever. I kind of want to share. Let's use stream time to post to social media. Hi, baby boy. How are you? That's weird. Oh, I do actually have some notifications. What? Maho, what's the baby boy? What's the baby boy doing? What are you doing, buddy? What's wrong? Was it? Sumo est boys. Our emote roster word. Hmm. What's the matter, baby boy? What's the matter? What's wrong? Probably not your food, right? You're not doing food yet. Hmm. Hashtag emotes. Hashtags. And 6 hashtags. 8, 6. Maho.
I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on us.
What the hell? Okay. How long do I need to hold a back for a charge character? How many frames does a charge character do hold? SF6. 45 frames. um, we are going to be uploading it to the server as a sticker. I haven't looked at this OBS long. No one's here yet. Okay, cool. what's wrong? What's the matter with you? He just wants food. One second. What am I doing? Oh. Oh. What's the matter, buddy? What am I doing? That's a good question. Oh. What's it called when a character shows up? Cameo. Ah, wow, that popped a lot on my back. Holy shit. Alright, let's get some sketch done. Where is my OBS? Where's my OBS? Okay, cool. I'm drawing you next. That's right. You're the one. You're drawn. You're being drawn. You know, you're a little baby. Do you know that? Do you know that you're a little baby? I bet you did know that. Yeah. What are your ears look like? Turn to the side. Don't look at me, you little dog. Like that. Hey! Yeah, we're doing the Maho emote. Kit was like, do all of them anyway. And I was like, I really don't think that's in the spirit of the contest, but we're doing all of them from the contest, apparently. These are going to be for Discord, because we have all of the emotes already. So I just submitted the last one. This one. This one is submitted to Twitch for pending. So we'll get this probably eventually, maybe. We'll see. Unfortunately I couldn't get the soda to work. work no matter how much I tried. It's just not very legible, right? No, you being a little boy? That's the wrong lasso. Hmm? Glad you guys are enjoying him. You did come in here at kind of the very end, but I'm glad to have you back. Glad I could share that with you. You know that you are just a little baby, Maho? Did you know that? Did you know that you are a little baby? That you want your food immediately instead of when you're supposed to be able to eat it, which is in 20 minutes? Did you know that? Yeah, I know. I can see it in your face. I need you to turn your head. I think I need to find a picture of him doing that. Mosquito for like 20 minutes and failed and started moping for a while. That's alright. You did your best. Your best was not good enough to catch the mosquito, but you did your best, and that's what matters. What, you're gonna come over to the other side now and try making there? That's not how that works. Oh, I don't know why the camera is so low. That's exactly how it works. Good job, Mom. I don't need you guys giving him weird ideas about how things work. He's already not very bright. I'm trying to see if I can catch him off guard with his ears down, but he does not seem to be wanting to do that. We should have paid a little bit more attention. I'm the devil on his shoulder whispering illicit suggestions. Don't whisper illicit things to my dog. How dare you? He's a pure and innocent little baby. Attention to what? The fact that I made the C backwards. So I wasn't paying attention to the fact that I was flipped. Oops. Inaudible whispering? Wait, was I whispering the whole time? I said because you're whispering to Maho. How dare you? Here? Where did this part of like... Vegas and run! Gotta renew the stake? Just wanted to donate? What do you mean? Did it not go through again? Let me check. Send. Gosh, I can't believe it's already been... Oh. I can't believe it's already been a whole 2 months since I put that in, basically. Okay, it is extended though. So you should be good to go. I didn't think about it because Kit literally added to the fund just a little bit ago. I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy. And everyone is very dedicated. Was it about almost an hour ago now? Kit asked me, can I do a demo on how I did the hair for the last emote? And they immediately crashed out. So I'll have to go back to it. Poor Kit. You think if when people also apparently I miss Kit trying to move her. Yeah, it was very strange and out of nowhere. I don't know why. Ah. Do you think that, presuming that heaven is real, right? If you died and you got the option to go to heaven or to go to wherever your pets went, do you think people would more often than not pick wherever their pets went? I think I might want to go there. Sounds nice. Hopefully. People who prefer their pets over family members for sure, right? I think Maho would just be really lonely without me. gotta get this, like, sleep on the floor posture better. No, go back to being on the floor. Damn it. Have separation anxiety even in pet heaven. Oh man, that makes me sad. I don't want him to be like lonely and anxious. This is pretty much it. I don't know. I don't like the shape that I have for the mouth too much. It does sound a little bit sad, doesn't it? When you put it that way. It's fine though. I don't think any caring God, at least, would separate people from their pets. I don't think God is very caring. Well, that's not good either. I think you got bigger problems if that's the case. Ah. I might start taking a break from emotes starting next week, and we'll go back to doing the goats and finish that up. I think you're doing fine, Black Tea. I appreciate you stopping by, even if it was just at the very end. It's always fun to have these little discussions back and forth. Little jokes, little silly ones. I'm gonna go see Superman with my friends. So I gotta take a shower, and I think I might run to the store first. I want to try to get some buttermilk, because I want to make buttermilk chicken. Like buttermilk fried chicken. And what's it called? I also need to buy something. I forgot what I need to buy. Right, I need to buy Red Bull so I can stay up for the 24 hours. It's supposed to be really nice. Unfortunately, I did the panko again, and the panko just kind of... I can't get it to stick to the chicken or the meat, right? It just doesn't want to... No quiere pegar. I don't know. It is tomorrow. Hey, welcome back, Turtle. We're just about to end. What time is it? 55? Why does it say... My computer says 58 instead of 55. Well, Turtle was here earlier. But so far, I think the only thing we're doing is like a gift sub will get me to draw with my left hand. Or no, will get me to draw with my mouse for 10 minutes. Excluding like someone's like sketch, right? So excluding the fact that if someone wants to do there's 100 bits for a sketch, the drawing with my left hand goes, or drawing with the mouse, son of a bitch, queues up after it. So we'll do that. We'll see how it goes. I am going to be doing the, what's it called? At the very least, I want to try to do the comic book, like the storyboard for the Dojin that I wanted to do. 30-second sketch. No new follows equals nothing. We're not doing a follower drive. What I'm saying is a gift sub gets a thing, and 100 bits gets a sketch. Gets like a little request sketch. So nothing intense, right? It's gonna take about as much as it took me to draw like the motorcycle I did for Spooky's thing. I don't like the way I have it. I think the head is wrong. It's hard because he's usually just like a shapeless blob. Now I have to think about the form underneath. Yeah, we're gonna do so the idea is Sprungy as a Green Lantern, sort of. What can I do? There you go. Ah, I don't like the way I'm doing the chin. Fuck. I was trying to do like a quick, like, boy, I messed up the perspective on that, huh? Anyway, own little comic. I don't know how many pages a doujin is, though. So I'm assuming it's gonna be like 30-ish pages, right? So I have to come up with like a story and all that stuff. Now these, you know I had to do it to them. I don't know why. He's just chilling. He's like, yeah, I'm a chill guy. That's not true. The outfit's probably gonna be something like super low cut, right? Something like this, maybe. Way too big for that. That's for sure. Oh! This is now way too long. How he's in the background just looking at Maho. He's just chilling. Just a chill guy. We need to find a way to make him even sluttier. Hip windows. Hip windows? Yo, okay. I'm digging those hip windows. Windows. Fishnets might work. We'll see in the full design. So I think the head is a bit big. But now the chest is too big for sure. A little X with the hip window. Ooh, a hip window X. That sounds fun. Where'd I do that? Maybe they have, like, they're strapped around. Right? And then only down here are there like boots. The back is also low cut. The back also is a mirror of this, I'm guessing. And then the gloves. think I like the idea of them just like wrapping around the butt. No, that looks like suspenders. I can't have that. Everyone's ever Dona that everyone makes Miku as canon. Tell me is this the same way? Every version? Is that true? There's a lot of slutty Mickeys out there. I don't think I can do this one like this. 'Cause it looks too much like the other things. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm thinking something like that. Every version of Miku is canon. That's crazy. I mean, sure, I guess. I don't know. It's a little bit different because this is me. It would just be like, you could put me in any outfit you want, I guess. There's no reason I wouldn't. But the difference is that Miku is like a character, and this is me. Okay, this is probably where need to go to like, I kind of like the idea of this one being like this. So let's this down a little bit. It's not twinkish enough for me though, unfortunately. The shoulders are just too wide. Yeah, you need to shower. I do need to shower. You're not wrong about that. Why does this look weird though? Because the eyes are too far apart. Really, they ain't lying. You want to at least finish a nice concept, though. I like this one the most, and I think I can transform it into the thing that I'm trying to get. Alright, this entire hand is wobbly. Oh yeah, now I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. That was an insane episode of Mr. Krabs. Oh, nice! We killed someone! Let's fucking go! Good job, T. I don't know. I think you have the higher kill count because, what's it called? Kit likes to, like, non-lethal takedown, right? He just deletes the message, or they just delete the message. Bad. You banned them as well, so good work. I do want to add like a heart somewhere or something. Maybe we'll do one right here. I think that would be fun. But it needs to be very clear that that's not like a hole or something, so I need to make the pencil size much smaller. Bots are getting cocky. Second time today. To be fair, it was always like, it used to be like 3 or 4 a stream. So. I feel like if the creators of the Pink Lantern saw this, I would be shot dead in the streets. Green Lantern's takedowns are also lethal. I didn't even have time to suggest right on the crotch for you to be fair. It just makes sense. I'm just gonna put them on Mueller. Alright, last thing. I'm gonna make a pink lantern that's so slutty. What's it doing? Oh yeah, I was putting these in here. Stream codes. What? Oh. Oh no. I got coded. Was I coded for like I'm gonna make a pink lantern that's so slutty? I'm posting the arts. I'm posting concept art. Okay. Alright. Concepts exist. I should probably do them on different lathe or something. Green Lantern's my first introduction. This is perfect. Well, so the Green Lanterns, right? This is not to like explain anything important, right? But the gist of it is they're like each of the colors of the rainbow has an emotional spectrum, right? So you have green, which is willpower. You have yellow, which is fear. You have orange, which is greed. Larfleeze is the only orange lantern because he's so greedy that he killed everyone else and took their lantern rings. You have red, which is wrath. You have blue, which is hope. You have indigo. Which is empathy, I think. I think indigo is empathy. And then you have violet, which is love, right? So, being hope instead of green is wild. It's like the whole like idea is that like you have a spectrum of what's it called? It's like mentally weak, right? And then on this end, emotion parasitic. And so what it means, right, is that green kind of doesn't have any of the consequences of like the people in this side of the spectrum are kind of like the people who would like fit into these emotions tends to be unfit for policing. Because they're easily corruptible by the emotions, right? So if you're too like afraid of things, you're not going to be able to like stand up for what's right? And if you're too angry, you're going to like get into your own like violence and stuff, right? They're kind of unfit for doing all these things because they're just like they're going to give in to the whatever. On the other end, specifically these two, the light is so strong that when people put on like normal sentient creatures put on the rings, it doesn't matter. When normal ordinary people put on rings or powers or whatever, they get consumed by emotion. It's very different from like these people are too angry, they're going to whatever. On this end, it's like, okay, the light has a mind of its own and we can't control them. This one, the green, is kind of just like you have to intentionally want to have willpower, so you can't succumb to be like too much willpower to whatever, right? You're generally less corruptible, right? And it doesn't have a mind of its own. Blue is like a weird thing because it's weak by itself, but it increases force multiplier. So green is the one that you should pick, but strength-wise, violet has the most power, and red has the least power, right? The only like benefit the red tends to have supposedly is that it allows for unending, untiring, right? You are a berserker. You have a fuck ton that you can just like bam, 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 bam. And of course, on the other end, it's you're stronger, but also you are balancing that line of being consumed by the parasite that is light. And then you have white light at the center, right? Which is the attribute of life. Sprungy is going to be here in the love spectrum. But we're going to corrupt it into being pink. Instead of violet. Because this is going to be the lust. Or we could go into like the ultraviolet spectrum, right? Because there is an ultraviolet spectrum, which is like non-visible light sort of a thing. There is basically no the running gag that's gonna be like, if I make this a multi-part comic, because I know people tend to do like multi-part comics, like Alfie, for example, by I think it was Encase. Fantastic novel. I highly recommend. It's 17 or 18 chapters. But if you just like stories and porn, it's really good because it's got stories and porn. Also, Alexis Flowers does I Roved Out in Search of Truth and Love, which is fantastic, right? A fantastic read. Highly recommend it. And also, they just started a different comic called Adult High School, which is pretty good too. They're pretty cool stuff. I highly recommend those if you get a chance. So Alfie by Encase. And then I'm not gonna write I Roved Out. I'm just gonna write Adult High School. And this one is by, I think it's Alexis Flowers. But people tend to do like a lot of like chapters or whatever. So maybe I'll end up doing different chapters. I'm doing this mostly because I want to practice getting like storyboarding done and paneling. Because right now I have no way of blocking out, right, what I want to do in my comics. I don't really have an idea for that. So I want to go ahead and see if I can like storyboard. So for the 24-hour stream, we won't be able to do anything lewd, but we can get like the basics of it done. You know, something like that. So this way I can practice this, and if I do it like multiple times, I might have them run into like another like actual love lantern, right? And they're like, what the fuck is this? And they're like, oh nice, you're a love lantern also. And they're like, no, you're not a love lantern. Love lanterns boys aren't selected to be love lanterns. It's like, but that's weird, I have one. It's like, that's not a love lantern, that's pink, that's not violet. It's like, what's the difference between pink and violet? You know, one of those sorts of things. Hopefully that'll be funny. That could be like chapter 2, right? So it could be like an ultraviolet spectrum. Because in reality, pink is not a real color, right? Pink to the human eye is just green, but the absence of green, if that makes sense. No, actually, for whatever reason, the first and only Pink Lantern or Violet Lantern was John Stewart. So your eyes kind of sees this as the same color. It's just that this triggers cones and this doesn't trigger cones. That's the only way you can see pink, is the lack of green. What is that face? Hold on. It's just giving me the actual cum faces. This it is. What is this one called? All right, anyway, I gotta take a shower. So I will see you all tomorrow for a 24-hour stream. Hooray! Hooray! Thanks everybody for coming by, having a good time, putting up with me and all my bullshit. So this is actually it's from a comic called Yaranaika, and it's the artist style is to basically just like super simplify the face down to like a silhouette, a black and white silhouette, instead of having like stylized forms. And so the story itself is about a young man who experiences homoerotic sex for the first time. And this is the orgasm face. It is a bit of a meme, as they say in the community. Says goodbye, gets distracted. A little bit. You've probably seen this face. I would have to assume. You've seen it somewhere probably. And before anyone is like, how did you know that off the top of your head? I am literally looking at reference of it right now. You can get it quick, right? Something like that. I'm at a bit of an angle drawing this. No, that meme. I'm surprised shit up on the canvas. Okay, goodbye for the third time. Alright, bye bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow.